Ini gue main Genshin Impact kah? Sumpah main Genshin Impact anjing. Gue belum kelar quest. Hah? Jika main sendiri gue nggak mau. Alas juga. Aku mau nyelesain quest gue anjing.
Kemarin udah selesai.
Belum selesai. Apa tadi ya tiba-tiba ya? Halo Ran.
Nakal bangun bang.
Hah? Ya. Ya main di apa juga main di emulator. Tahu lah, aku nggak punya akun Google lagi. Yang set data tuh emang nggak bisa diakses ya. Bingung aku juga mau aksesnya kayak gimana.
Oh,
Masa sih?
12.
Dapat?
Kawan jahat kan bisa cok.
Hah? Aku kehabisan kuota anjing.
Gua main jahat.
Ya orang ini game berat cok. Game berat dipaksa di HP, buset. Dan aku tidak nanya. Main yang lain-lain. Main Mobile Legends tapi emang bisa.
Ayo, babas.
Aku maunya solo. All in solo. God of War, Legend Overwatch, Modern Warfare, UL Hack Domino anjay. Oke. Itu game yang menarik lagi.
Tembakan.
Main Horizon 5 anjing.
Mana?
Gak ada. Adanya cuma di Agas. Mobil balap Horizon 5. Saya di sini rata-rata gamenya game apa tuh? Game FPS semua. Main apa tuh? Dota juga. Lalu ujung-ujungnya aku nih. Kalau aku udah main Dota 2 terus jamin nge-troll habis-habisan. Kuning follow aja udah. Daripada gabut.
Ngajak-ngajak lo main palo anjing.
Ya mau solo. Solo Opal baperan anjing. Baperan kamarnya Mas. Baperan kamarnya Mas. Baperan kamarnya Mas. Bodoh. Akhirnya aku punya banyak musuh anjing. Bagus kalau gitu. Makin banyak musuh makin bagus. Makin dijauhi makin bagus.
Aku ikut.
Anjing ikut. Yang kira enak apa? Makin tidak dikenal makin bagus.
Oh iya.
Makin tidak ada yang ramah makin bagus. Dunia remaja selalu toksik anjing. Emang ya? Mending jadi napi anjing. Jadi napi tinggal tidur disuruh berak, kencing, makan.
Kadang-kadang kan din main palo bangsat.
Ako mau main solo. Oh,
May koto.
solo. Aku solo.
Live ka nggak?
F lah, jelas lah, masa enggak? Penting udah buka YouTube. Ngapain kah? Ah, harus. Cerah deh. Enggak. Aku lagi dalam mode yang tidak baik. Nah, sangat tidak baik. Error.
Match found.
Go. Let's go.
Policy.
Match found.
Wherever they run, I will find them.
Ah. Eh.
Go in the day.
Apa ini? bisa di komen anjing.
Comment.
Yo on Instagram. Oh di IG. Masuk ke FB juga bisa gitu ya.
This neighborhood used to be so much better without this kingdom shit.
Gotta go.
Pwede.
Ya.
Scanning ahead. There they are.
Reloading. One dead.
Enemy A.
Placing swarm. Sova removed. Spike down A. Last player standing.
साइड के कहां से आ रहे हैं? फिनिक्स 48 डैमेज है। ऊपर ही एंट्री है।
Scanning ahead.
पीछे पीछे
One enemy remaining.
चल जल्दी चल स्पाइक प्लांट हो गया। लेफ्ट में आएगा लेफ्ट में।
Hah?
Comment.
Ada.
Phoenix may feel immortal.
Moderated biasa ya.
Remind him just how mortal he truly is.
Go, go.
कितना चलते हैं जरा
Shock dart.
Turret out.
Revealing area.
Here. Enemy spotted B. I'm out of here. Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted B.
Spike down B. That's three. I'm out of here. One enemy remaining. Reloading.
What the fuck?
Last player standing.
नोड़े इतना सक्सेस
Anjing. Oke.
Go, go, go! Gotta go!
We can keep them out. Placing sentry.
Revealing area.
Ready. Here. Spikes in attacker
Right
मुझे
here.
स्पाइक तो लेके गए।
Right here.
Here we go.
Good attempt.
Right here.
Enemy A.
Enemy spotted A.
Placing sentry.
Taking point. Scanning ahead.
Ayolah.
Last player standing.
Ayo.
30 seconds left.
Dan main SG tuh gampang loh. Tapi nembaknya itu loh kadang ngedelay. Ya.
Found them. Out of charges.
10 seconds left. Clutch.
Ah, my genius doesn't stop. Swarm grenade out. Don't die. If you need help figuring out how, just ask. Go, go, go.
Gue Genshin udah saja.
Come into the unknown.
Placing swarm grenade.
Agak lagi bete.
Turret out.
Revealing area. Shock dart. Gun here.
Mau.
Placing
Swarm grenade. Many enemies A.
satisfied. My ultimate is ready. Your duty is not over.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
The dimensional fabric here is thin. Tear through.
Gotta go. Placing sentry.
Time to jump.
Alarm bot out.
अरे बी
Enemy spotted.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted B.
Spotlight.
Nowhere to run!
Revealing area.
Enemy spotted B. Enemy down.
My ult is ready.
I am the hunter!
Not.
Last player standing.
Where are we going this time? What worked in the past? I'm out of here.
I need a drop.
Turret out.
Scanning ahead. Out of charges. Out of charges.
Last player standing.
Next
Spike
step.
planted.
नीचे से
Can't use this yet. Can't use this yet.
Flawless.
एंटी
I'll pick them apart. You clean up whatever's left.
I'm out of here. Reloading. Reloading. Barrier created.
Scanning ahead.
Placing sentry.
नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट
Last player standing.
Enemy spotted. Hey.
आ रहा राइट से आ रहा केजे राइट से आ रहा है
Udah lah pala kami bikin keputus asa aja, malas dah.
Apa?
Putus asa udah.
एंटी
Ah lah,
Tara
Ay.
na. Clock sticking.
kontol lo semua. Ya. Putus asa saja. Don't give up.
Could be worse. Could be better.
Give up.
Revealing area.
Placing sentry.
Here.
Reloading. Enemy spotted.
Placing swarm grenade. Reloading. Nowhere to run. Placing swarm grenade.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Go, go, go. Down. My ult's ready. Time to stock back up. Reloading.
Let us hunt. Revealing area.
Cool.
I'm out of here.
Not ready yet.
Turret out. My ultimate is ready. Initiated.
Not ready yet.
Enemy spotted. Lock down the
Opponent
door.
killed.
Enemy A. Watch out.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Last player standing.
You are in.
Still beni arıyor.
A bow and arrow is old-fashioned.
Hiç
Sometimes old ways are best.
Gotta go.
As one.
Go, go, go.
Out of charges. Scanning ahead.
Turret out.
Found them. I am the hunter! Right here. Not ready yet.
Bomb grenade out.
Gotta go. Eliminated. Reload.
Banyak kali ya.
There's heals.
And two.
Last player standing.
Leon, Leon.
Fire in the hole.
Bitirdi.
30
No
seconds
charges.
left.
Your duty is not over.
Last player standing. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Hadi ya. Çok nice, nice.
Remember, your weapon is only a tool. You can't just shoot. I'm out of
Aside, don't give up. Surrendered like you, bro. Surrendered like you, Anjay. He's not strong. It's bit loud, but no, he can't leave.
Scanning ahead.
So what to do?
Nowhere to run!
So what you gonna be? I don't know, so see you don't see. We don't love your life. Yeah. I don't know, see you too. That's like you. Oh my god.
Here we go.
One enemy
Revealing
remaining.
area.
I don't know, but never give up. Yeah.
Last player
Do
standing.
you want to then see? Oh yeah, yeah.
30 seconds left. Last round before the switch.
No point saving. Buy it all.
Right here.
Now, are you ready? Let's go, let's go.
We go.
Right here.
Turret out.
Revealing area.
On my roommate yet.
Here.
I have step.
Right here.
Go B.
Out of charges.
Mid.
Spike down A.
The wonder where you want to go. But yeah, your heart don't know, yeah.
Reloading.
So come back, don't care, smoke. Never surrender there.
Spike down B. 30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Be fry.
One enemy
Enemy
remaining.
down.
10 seconds left.
Lots.
Clutch.
I am not just your healer.
Switching sides.
Awesome life you and dear wanderer.
Go, go, go.
Bit little bit to stop this run. Oh mine left long.
Yes.
Reloading. Time for a field
Going A.
test.
Scanning ahead.
Placing sentry.
Cover, 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 cover.
Spy planted.
Good job.
Enemy spotted B.
Neutralized.
Enemy spotted B.
Don't say I'm sick. I see. Hah?
One enemy remaining.
Last enemy taken out.
Nice last enemy conlock.
Is everyone's tech still working? Double check it, please.
Nope.
Gotta go.
Right here.
Shit. Don't follow me.
I'm out of here. Reloading.
Help that old man find his grave.
Here.
Scanning ahead.
Go A
Out of
fast.
charges.
Turret out. Enemy A here.
Enemy spotted A. Brimstone's dead.
Revealing area.
Okay. Sialan sakit bener.
Rest.
I don't know what you can wrong. I don't know. So go fast run.
30 seconds left.
Don't know. Second can be later times of the world. Yeah, yeah.
Last player standing.
A new date.
अरे यार स्टार्ट कर लो स्टार्टिंग
Nice try.
Zuko better watch that.
Bro, you can't go fast.
Gotta go.
Bro. You have map? Yes, look at this map.
Keep it cool.
That's how you survive.
Na 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 na.
Enemy spotted B.
Scanning ahead.
SF, it's okay.
Healing you.
Don't pick.
Enemy spotted B. Here.
रोटेट कर रहा है यार बैट की चीटिंग
Suka lihat setup.
Go, go, go.
Revealing area.
जल्दी आ यार
Reloading.
Enemy spotted mid.
Remove.
Good job. Go fast.
30 seconds left.
Coming through.
Why you stuck?
Nowhere to run.
Sempet yang ulti ah.
Ih, agak. Wow.
Spike down A.
Wow. Wah, good job.
10 seconds left. Last player standing.
Ada hacking.
बैक स्टेप
So, lah.
What do you say, drone? Ready to stretch your wings?
स्पाइक ये जो स्पाइक
Ah,
ये जो
nah.
Reloading.
ओके जो जो स्पाइक जो
Nah.
Reloading. Together. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Scanning ahead.
Placing swarm grenade. Turret out. Placing alarm bot.
Anjir kok jadi kayak gini sih jalan gua ngedet.
Multiple enemies A. Be at peace. My ultimate is ready. Turrets just strike down. My ultimate is ready. Initiated.
Gone. Shot down. Revealing area.
One enemy remaining.
Recon.
Don't play with me. Ow, my ammo solo.
Last player standing.
Do not fight us.
Nah, so far. So. You.
I don't care if there are 5 of them or 50 of them. Let's go.
I'm out of here.
Dari jangan mana?
Sama aja. Sama menurut.
Betok.
Sama. Serah.
I will hold up the sky.
Nah.
Revealing area. I am the hunter. There they are.
For you.
Naikimar at 2 AM. Let's go.
Reloading.
That's good.
प्लांट फ्यूचर प्लांट
Enemy spotted. B. My ult's ready. Here. German.
Our spike carrier is dead.
Spike down B.
Running ahead. Found them.
Good slower.
Under. Ay,
Last player standing.
Good job.
bang. Bang. Sekali ako mabalik naman lubang. Bang.
I don't know. Ako lagi asik.
30 seconds left.
Banget. Banget.
If you must fall, then fall near me.
Reloading.
Gotta go.
Reloading.
Oh!
Enemy spotted. A.
Our spike carrier is dead.
Spike down A.
You fought well.
Last player standing.
Revealing area. I have the spike.
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fighters.
Placing sentry.
Bang, stop. Ba't ito?
I have your back.
Quiet now. Revealing area.
Lol.
Return to dust.
My ultimate is not ready.
Lagi bensin itu.
Nandun.
Turret out.
Spike planted.
Here.
One enemy
Use
remaining.
this
There
here.
are a ton of Fatui and Palermonia
Last
people
player
over there.
standing.
Are you two the traveler in Paimon? Monsieur Nervalet has left instructions. Please follow me.
Ada aku mau fokus dulu ke gameplay value.
If you're not a good shot today, don't worry. There are other ways to be useful.
Fight. Enemy spotted A.
Scanning ahead. Dotted.
My channel YouTube.
My ultimate is ready. Alarm bot out. Initiated. Placing swarm
Yeah.
grenade.
Spikes down. Enemy spotted. B. Hold one.
Last player standing.
Don't stop fighting. You must keep going, even if you're the only one.
Bisa maka-fish yang lebih baik lagi, mungkin kayaknya bagus.
Scanning ahead. There they are.
Waiting at fish yung.
Out of charges.
Enemy spotted. A.
White.
Eliminate. My ultimate.
Nice. Tugang to people ready.
Spikes down.
Nice got.
Right here. Revealing area.
Okay.
Variables removed.
Second fight.
Fire in the hole.
Nice one.
My ult is ready.
Match point.
What the hell?
I'm pretty well myself. Make sure to cover the angles I can't.
Eh,
Reloading.
Bermain solo.
What the?
Memang sama luput.
Again, again. Ready. I have ultimate.
Tactics beat firepower.
Out of
Use
charges. Scanning ahead. I am found him.
On that.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out. Good.
It's you and me.
That's slow.
Sentry.
Nice. Once again. Unit. 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 Unit.
Last player standing.
Unit, focus your crosshair and gun, bro. I don't know, but you have to destroy. The fast, the fire. Wait, I know me. But not ready to fire though.
Turret out.
So focus your aiming.
left.
assist.
One
My
enemy
ultimate is
remaining.
ready.
Nah.
Initiated.
Look at this, you did. Got it? Good.
Defenders win.
Hal yang sama terus-terusan terjadi ya. Kalau begitu ulangi saja terus hal yang sama itu ya. Bensin dulu lah.
Though I'm sure he's already explained, this should be a mostly cordial conversation, unlikely to give rise to violence. But it would be most appreciated if you could protect Lady Farina to the best of your abilities.
Okay.
Oh, so you two are the honored guests, Miss Fer-
Of course, of course! How could they not attend a meeting such as this? I must always have 2 or more guests at my dessert table.
It is my pleasure to make your acquaintance, traveler. I have heard much of your accomplishments. I am the Knave, one of the...
I've already prepared seats for you. Come, sit beside me.
Perhaps you two are unaware of how Miss Farina and I do things. You see, we actually recently agreed to get together for tea when we had the time. See this? This is a limited type of confectionery that Miss Farina simply adores. There are only 16 slices sold.
Traveler, what do you think of this cake?
That's good to hear. So what Child said was on the mark after all. You do share a taste in desserts with Farina.
Kan cuma angin bukan ludah, coy. Kan cuma angin bukan ludah.
I wonder how he's doing nowadays. You must have heard, right? He's suddenly gone missing. I'm really worried about his safety, you know. Here's to hoping that he's an excellent swimmer.
Hah? Boleh lah tuh.
Since we're talking about him, I feel like I should add something. His martial prowess really looked
Harus mencoba lebih
certainly
lagi kalau
pretty
begitu.
impressive, yeah.
Oh, so you're also familiar with his aptitude for fighting, Miss Farina. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Against ordinary people, my colleague would never be on the back foot. But alas, he just never imagined he'd run into such a person. Coming from you, that's not surprising at all.
But I thought you would be happier to hear the news.
Of course, but it's still a bit of a shame. You see, I would have been far happier had I received this news somewhat earlier.
Ada. Simpan juga nih kayak bro. Baiklah, gantung kalau begitu. Atau mungkin copot aja.
Coba gini Bang Ahmad.
Ngeng. Ayo. Ayo, what the fuck? Let's go. Bal.
Well, in any case, there's no need to worry.
Oh, and just how do you know that?
Because we found evidence that proved he left the Fortress of Mirapede.
And where did he go after leaving the fortress?
Well...
The Fortress of Mirapede lies deep beneath the waves. Unless he pranced right out of the main gate, he must have had to swim for it. That is good news at least. His sister Tonya sent a letter to Fontaine not too long ago. Since he was unfortunately unavailable, I picked it up on his behalf.
1 juta kayaknya ya harganya. Ah cuy, keren banget. Siapa yang ikam dapat dari mana? Oh itu kah? Keren ya, dia mau minjamin skinnya loh. Itu ya? Aku mau lihat skinnya juga ya. Bagus skinmu bang. Keren loh anjir skinnya, sumpah. Pantas dia punya itu ya.
Hanya jago.
Kayak pemain rumahan
Do
tuh
you
dia.
have any idea how he usually writes back to his family? Dear Tonya, your letter made me feel like we were still enjoying our time in Snezhnaya together. I'm currently admiring the scenery.
All letters tend to follow the same few formats anyway, right? As long as the contents are accurate, it doesn't matter so much how it's written.
Hold on. The water in the teacup is shaking.
I suppose this is also a sign of things to come.
I don't quite
Have we entered into the next stage of the prophecy?
Wah, akhirnya gak bisa ngelag penyimpan ini juga ya. Oh.
My thanks to you both. I will take it from here.
Sure you don't need a hand?
Quite sure.
Wow. So, what's your secret, huh? Let me guess. Nah, who knows? Maybe it's just your sense of responsibility.
Sounds about right.
Nice. Oh, what is?
A day may come when the prophecy is fulfilled and the waters burst forth. But it is not this day. This ancient power could easily obliterate an entire race. A tsunami of fury would unleash endless catastrophe. This sentence is too severe. Forgive me for overruling it.
All right. Seems like the problem inside.
Let me guess. We're safe for now.
Indeed. But
I win this bet. You owe me a present.
Very well. It was indeed just as you said.
you made a bet?
We made a bet on the size of your entourage. Cloran thought you wouldn't come down by yourself.
I figured you would have at least brought a few people along for appearance's sake. It appears I underestimated just how confidential.
Shouldn't you have gotten used to confidential missions by now? That's just how the courts operate.
So what gift must the loser give? Tea?
He already has tons of tea in his office. I'm thinking of.
That wouldn't happen to be a dig at my lack of legal awareness, would it?
Well, I'm sure His Grace doesn't consider the fortress to be outside the law.
I was under the impression the residents of a place like this would be uninterested in the legal codices.
That was obviously a joke. Anyway, you've still got some unfinished business to attend to in the overworld, correct?
No need to stay here if you have a pressing matter. We all know you can't leave Palais Marmonia for long.
Thank you. I hope everything went smoothly with the Fatui Hub.
Anjay. Ya, gak bisa, gua cepet. Anjing nyetrum. Coba. Nyetrum loh.
I must say, we've spent long enough playing house. Miss Farina, as the Hydro Archon, I am sure you understand the exact meaning of the phenomenon we just witnessed. Or should I say, that's what I originally thought.
What are you trying to say?
At this point, I don't think there's any more need to speak as diplomatic representatives. Allow me to speak to you now as just a Fontanian. Yet, here you are, relaxing, drinking tea, and eating desserts as if it's all nothing more than a few stray bugs in your garden. Do you really think that's acceptable? The prophecy's hanging above our necks like a guillotine. Every faction is looking for a way to either avert the disaster or save their own. Even the orphans of the House of the Heart have devoted everything to saving their homeland.
Anjing lagi ngomel nih. Aduh.
Pakai mau saya.
Dapat juga.
But you, it beggars belief just how nonchalant and carefree you have been. From the very beginning, you, the god Focalur, you have utterly failed to take action.
You're wrong. I've never ignored the prophecy, nor have I just been passing the time in self-indulgence. Retract your accusation and stop doubting the wisdom of the gods with such absurd conjectures.
I am not alone in my doubts, you know. All the children of Fontaine may be harboring the exact same thoughts right now.
Oh, nggak nyetrum lagi. Masih nyetrum.
Oh, great Hydro Archon. How are you going to save them? Save us? How are the people you've sworn to protect supposed to survive in a land that will...
I have my ways, and I've been working on them for all this time. Even if you look down upon me, you have no right to judge me. Fontaine will be saved. Even if I still cannot see the true future right now, as long as I continue on as I am, I will be able to hold my head up high!
Then I ask you, Miss Farina, just what have you been working on? Where can we see it, and what is it doing?
My machinations are just like the prophecy itself. They will only reveal themselves at the fated time.
I see. As a god, the proof of your labor always lies beyond prying. Allow me to be so bold as to ask another way. Would it be possible for you to tell us the parts of your plan that are not confidential? Such as your...
An emergency response plan.
Oh, that look in your eyes. Have you not even prepared one of those?
The emergency response plan is also strictly confidential.
Then allow me to jog your memory. Miss Farina, what is the purpose of your Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse and what do you plan to do with the massive amounts of indemnitium that has accumulated over the years?
The Oratrice? It's just like it appears to be.
So you also have no idea. If I'm not mistaken, someone's using it to prepare for something. But unfortunately, it would seem that someone is not you, Miss Farina. I first caught wind of this when Linny tried to investigate the Oratrice in the Opera House. You see, even just getting close to the core contaminated him with an extremely large amount of indemnitium. But even if that had nothing to do with you, then what could you possibly... Oh, right. I almost forgot. Udex Nouvillette is not at the tea party with us today.
Yeah, yes, that's exactly right. Please.
Of course I will. Although, I must say, Miss Farina, you seem quite insecure. Oh, very well. Let's stop that conversation here. There are still a few slices of cake left, so please. Traveler, I heard that you were recently commissioned to handle a few matters on behalf of the Udex. Why don't you take an extra You too, Paimon.
Thank you. Paimon will take you up on that. Oh, Paimon's super full.
If it's on my tea table, it must be of the highest quality. Yes, and we...
You're welcome. I'm sure the cake also felt greatly honored to be featured at Miss Farina's table. And I was merely catering to Miss Farina's tastes, seeking a chance... it is getting late. Why don't we call it a day? There are still a few matters that I need to take care of.
Very well. We'll end it here.
Mind seeing me off, Traveler? We could use the opportunity to discuss Child before...
Paimon's coming too!
Oh, ibu. Aku memang tolol. Tapi tas tolol apa itu?
The tea party. What?
Mau undur diri. Sabar. Lalu kebiasaan. Hai. Paloski.
I'm glad that you were willing to come with me. Of course, Child was just an excuse.
That's what Paimon thought.
You lent your aid to the children of the House of the Hearth. As their father, I would like to express my gratitude. Do I look like an irresponsible father to you? The House of the Hearth is very important to me. You should know that I care deeply about my children. That was all. Formal topics should be discussed in formal settings, and informal topics in informal settings. I know you just returned from the fortress of Mirapede. Relax. I have no intention of trying to get anything out of you. Linny, Lynette, and Fremine are still there.
They've all been working very hard and have always done all they can to fight back against anyone who tried to stop them. Especially Linny.
You mean Ridesley. He's a tricky one to deal with. It's unfortunate that Linny's so eager to prove himself that he can't learn to rely on others, including me. By the way, and you can just consider this a bit of idle... You are outside of our disputes, and the freest person in all of Fontaine, able to move around most easily.
And that's everything that happened during the trial. Master Child was declared guilty and immediately transported...
Didn't he say he was coming here on vacation? Does he not feel an ounce of shame? Forget it. He did give us an opportunity. I will be meeting someone shortly.
Do you require help with any preparations?
No need. I will take care of it myself. I need to meet with Farina, a Hydro Archon. She is at the heart of Fontaine. But what's fascinating about her...
Oh, come over here, you little critter, you!
Lah, gerakin aja lah biar gaib, Kak.
You dare to run from me? Stop right this instant!
My goal is just to discover the location of the Gnosis. But I didn't expect the chance to approach Farina to be handed to me on a silver platter. This is so easy, it's actually making me a bit... Anything left unguarded is usually just bait. But no one will blame someone for taking the bait. After all, from the moment it was attached to the hook, the bait is meant to be sacrificed. It's just as I guessed in the second before I struck. The Hydronosis is not currently held by... In fact, this Archon doesn't seem like a god at all. And I sense that she's under some kind of...
Who are you? And what are you trying to do? Please stop.
The fear in her pupils is genuine. So perhaps she's not bait after all. I left the scene with ease. Nobody came looking for me, and nobody could serve as a witness to my near assassination of Focalor. I suspect even Farina dares not mention this. Not long after, my informants confirmed what I had guessed. After returning to her quarters, Farina quietly cried alone. She was so scared that she could not sleep that night. Nor, there's no doubt that there's something wrong with her. I began to entertain the possibility that she is not the true... I have to find the Gnosis. If the Neuvillette hypothesis is correct, he is probably in possession.
Yes, Father.
My dear children, please...
News from the fortress of Meripede. Master Child has gone missing. On top of that, the contact...
Probably the handiwork of that rot.
I'm afraid so.
This is a good opportunity. The value of a harbinger is much higher than most would imagine. We now have an set up a meeting for me. I would like to meet the Hydro... Oh, and I have an additional...
Yes, Father.
Tartaglia's disappearance was not a part of my plan, but I can use it to make a breakthrough. With this as my excuse, I can ask for an official The initiative belongs to the House of the Hearth. My wish to investigate the fortress of Meripede will be a front. Lenny and his group will be responsible for the actual intelligence gathering.
Iya. Sebetulnya benar rahasia di balik permainannya.
You should know the rest. Lenny's group is quite close to you, so they wouldn't have hidden anything from you.
You attacked the Hydro Archon?
It wouldn't mean anything, even if you shouted it from the rooftops. After all, even Farina herself...
alright then.
I've now had 2 chances to enjoy tea with Farina. I have to say, the leadership of Fontaine is even more inscrutable than I had imagined. I once surmised that Iudex Neuvillette must be the Hydro Archon, but now, that doesn't seem right to me either. I am a servant of Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. Over my years of service, I've learned how a real Archon conducts and carries themselves. Whether Iudex Neuvillette or Farina, Of course, that is all just how I feel. Gut feelings often do not require justification. It is, however, quite amusing to me that after all my years working in intelligence gathering, I've come to realize I am at a complete loss regarding the identity of the god of the land of my birth. Don't you think Fontaine is quite intriguing? A catastrophe looms, yet many secrets have yet to rise to the surface. It looks like Fontainians will have... Ultimately, though, one must survive in order to do anything else. Should the need arise, I would be happy to cooperate with you. You don't need to commit to anything right now, of course. I have a feeling that the situation will continue to evolve, and as your name is often connected with noble deeds, I'm sure we will work together someday. He certainly returned quickly. You must want to catch up with each other.
Neuvillette, is it over?
For now, yes. But this issue will prove quite thorny in the long term. I'm concerned that sooner or later the prophesy... Thank you for protecting Farina. To put it simply, I used my power to force back the primordial sea and reseal. So as expected, the knave has turned up the pressure on Farina. She's trying. Permission granted.
Whoa. It can't be that you're the real Hydro Archon, right? You can't tell us? Then that's okay. We can talk about something else. We won't try to force you.
If by the phrase "you guys" you are referring to Farina and I, then although I'm not sure just what you are trying to imply, I must clarify that I do not share her positions on a multitude of topics. I believe so. The fortress has a long and complex history. It has seen much grief and suffering, and now another catastrophe will soon be upon us. I mourn this turn of events.
Huh? Why is it raining all...
You may be closer to the truth than you think.
Oh? And what are you thinking? The dragon of... Huh?
Please do not be so surprised. Farina?
Neverlet, are you the...
My apologies.
We were just guessing randomly. We didn't guess right, did we? You're not actually the dragon sovereign of water, right? Well, if you...
You guessed correctly. I sincerely hope you'll be able to keep this a secret for me.
Right, of course. We'll definitely help you keep it a secret. There's still something Paimon wants to...
Please, go ahead.
Well, if you are the dragon sovereign of water, and you were able to... then since Fontaine's prophecy is all about seawater, couldn't you just use your power...
None of the currently living dragon sovereigns in the world, myself included, possess. They say that when the first usurper arrived on Tivat, they seized a part of the dragon's power. Today, that stolen power...
There are 7 elemental archons and...
The dragon sovereign of water who lived through that era perished a long time ago. As their successor, I know far less of that part of our ancient history. In any case, I believe I will not be able to do much unless the Archon disappears and returns their elemental authority to me. Given the status quo, however, I would recommend finding another way to deal with the prophecy.
Oh, so even you can't solve it.
I still have some urgent matters to attend to at my office. If you have any more questions regarding ancient history...
Please go right ahead. There's a place that Paimon wants to go too. Traveler, why don't we pay another visit to the Fortress of Meripede? Paimon is a little worried. We'll see you another time.
Take care.
Normal lagi keadaan aneh. Ini nyata. Ya perlu turun lagi ke bawah. Kita ikuti arahan utama.
You guys are back.
You guys didn't get caught and thrown back.
And here I thought you'd managed to escape from jail during all the commotion. I'd held you up as legendary
We're sorry, but...
All right. There's no need to get caught up in the details. We're just really...
Hey, it wasn't just me.
Something. I was also transferred to work in the kitchen a few days ago. I can still hear Quisto mumbling to the carrots. Are those two all right? Whenever he'd say that, I'd tell him I'm sure they're fine. Wherever they are, they're kicking back with
Hey, there's nothing wrong with worrying about your prison pals. Is there? I mean, considering how they always love...
These two. They sure are a lot warmer and friendlier than when Paimon first met them.
Oh, well, if you say so. I'll be watching you to make sure you finish every last bite.
Senang sekali ya. Berakhir bahagia itu cuma di dalam game doang ya. Ternyata ya. Apa kau?
Seedwing! Traveler, Paimon, you're back! Are you still doing all right? Did either of you get hurt? We're fine, but what about you guys? It was such a few people sustained superficial injuries, but that's about the extent of the damage. Monsieur Nervulette paid us a visit. It was all thanks to him that we managed to suppress the crisis for the time being. Of course, we must also thank you for the help you provided. How did Nervulette know that he was needed here? Well, Monsieur Nervulette has strong resonance with the hydro element. When the water level rises, I ran into the bombshell bros while bandaging the injuries of the wounded. They were mumbling the whole time about how you just ran down without a word. If you're not too pressed for time, please just let me know if you get a craving for any particular dish, so I can have Mr. Walsey get your meals prepared. Oh, and please feel free to visit the infirmary. I'd like to take the opportunity to spend some more time observing your facial muscles as well. Your happy smiles are quite contagious, you know. They're so memorable, and I've missed them immensely while you were...
Cukup mudah. Mana kuha dia yang tahu kayak oh ya, sip. Tahu aku udah. Apa yang harus dilakukan ya? Ambil yang ada gigi. Nah, lu pasangkan di sana tadi. Ya, betul. Ada gigi lagi ya.
Courier? Miss Sijun told me you...
Yeah, I was working on something, so I forgot.
That's no excuse for... Huh?
Lurvine, we're back!
Hello there. It's been quite the mess here recently. How have you been?
And you? Are you still taking the secret passageway from the infirmary?
Yep. That is still top secret, though. So don't...
It can be a bit annoying when there are lots of people in the infirmary, but I still prefer taking that route over the one from the Duke's office.
I mean, the infirmary does make it easier for you to slack off.
Oh yeah? Then why are you also here so much?
You two really are just using your jobs as a cover for your relationship, aren't you?
Not at all!
Enak juga. Pacaran sambil kerja. Last. Tuh, ini terakhir. Semoga penonton gak bikin penonton kecewa ya. Nah, ya.
Now guess, what suit will this next card be?
A bare teeth cat?
Well, well, look who it is.
Traveler, Paimon.
Hello, everyone.
Looks like you're recovering nicely.
Thanks to everyone's support. Oh, right. I managed to work up the courage to thank Miss Clorand in person.
Whoa, how did she react?
She told me that it was nothing. It was as if saving a life wasn't a big deal to her at all.
She didn't want to stress you out, that's all. She's right, and it's best not to dwell on it.
Yeah.
Okay, but check this out. We went back to the opera house and we met the knave.
You met Father? Did she say anything to you?
She said a few things that were, a bit hard to understand. And also that she's looking forward to work.
Her attitude towards you is even better than what we'd imagined. That's fantastic. You should believe her. She has her own way of doing things, and she'll do everything in her power to help those she considers close, which now might also include you.
Father is very capable, and also trustworthy.
Oh, Paimon just remembered that she thought Lenny was a bit too proud as well. She said that you should learn how to rely on others sometimes.
Got it.
That does sound like something that Father would say.
Hey!
Are you going to stay here for the next few days?
Looks like it, yeah.
Excellent. I will host a tea party.
For real? Then Paimon wants another serving of...
Another implies that you were already served some delicious cake while you were up there. Well, next time, you're going to have tea and snacks with us.
Lah, sudah selesai. Dope. Begitu ya buat nemuin dope. Hehehe. Walaupun hero gak bakalan dapat, tapi apa boleh buat? Interaksi oke kayaknya. Kayak di bareng berdua di atas. Nah, seperti itulah.
Do my eyes deceive me, or did I just see two inmates come back after making it to the surface? Some strange wind.
We wanted to see how the fortress is doing. Is everything still alright?
We're fine for the most part. Neuvillette came down and took care of the worst of it.
If that's the case, why don't you just ask him to stay here?
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. Let's go convince the Udex himself to exchange the Courts of Fontaine for a puddle of water in the middle of nowhere. He came here in a hurry and left without even stopping for a cup of tea. He did remember to take Miss Sigewinne's...
He sure sounds super busy.
Miss Clorinde has left as well. She also took her gift from Miss Sigewinne.
Were the gifts milkshakes?
Neuvillette got the milkshake. Clorinde received lipstick instead.
Those aren't even remotely alike.
Well, it's Neuvillette's own fault for making Sigewinne worried about his health by working so much. But besides that, our head nurse is still pretty fond of picking out beauty products for the ladies. Oh, and I have some gifts here for you as well.
Are these from Sigewinne?
Nope, they're from yours truly. You've already wrapped up your work at the fortress, so you can return to the surface at any time. You haven't yet served your full prison term, however, so you may continue to use your cell until your term is up.
For real? Then we could stay here for a really long time?
You may access the cafeteria for free. Hooray! Just remember to come complete your paperwork once it's time for your release.
Okay. Back to you.
Your file can't be closed until we've completed your paperwork, so don't forget to come find me again when you're done serving your sentence.
Itu doang. Gabut, gue cuy. Yahoo, cabut. Jadi kayak ingat sebuah Sim City.
Windblade!
Si sering tersesat.
We're back in our cell again. We're no longer prisoners though, so it really doesn't feel the same.
Bisa gitu. Ano, orang main mesin capek. Apa nih? Apaan tuh? Mobil. Terus. Apakah yang akan terjadi? Saya beli gorengan aja. Aduh.
Sure feels that way. But the truth is, we never did anything bad to begin with, so... Huh? How did you know? Hey, that's not true! Alright. It's like, we've now gone to so many places together and become friends with so many people. We've never stopped traveling or stopped meeting new friends. There are so many bad things in the world, and we're just two people, but... we've still been solving problems no matter where we go. Isn't that pretty cool? You're counting Paimon today? Aren't you the only adventurer here? Then let's ask Catherine to give Paimon an adventurer handbook as well. Paimon will also be an adventurer for... just our thoughts making Paimon giddy. The last time we fell asleep here, we woke up to a whole mess outside our cell. The primordial seawater near... We should be safe now, right? Alright then, good night to you, traveler.
Ngaran niya pakai joystick kayo susah juga. Kayak penglihatan child lagi. Kebetulan pausnya child nih, buset. Tapi child ini salah satu akun juga ya.
Angkat beban apa lo, Bang?
Enak juga ya ngangkat tikam ya.
Dari beban.
Tapi pengen iseng nyoba aku kayaknya ya. Coba iseng ya yuk. Bisa nggak? Coba popit, coba deh.
Gak bisa coba lalu. Berat.
Siap, gajah.
Oke.
Ayo, ini lagi lewat.
Mana? 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 Enggak, Pak.
Itu ya. Kalau misalnya aku lapar. Doa.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life. Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today?
Lol.
Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Mirapede! Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now!
Oke. Bung.
Bang, dia sampai aku pakai ini, Bang.
Mana waktu? Bisa kalau ada video pick ke USB-nya. Aku nggak bawa lagi nih. Oh, udah bisa. Aku rusak ya. Stop. Males. kekuatan gigi. Kenapa? Oh. Ya anjing.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meripede via—
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's... Huh?
What's happening? I'm fine, thanks.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Ay siya, kenapa lagi nih?
Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know—
I believe today is this month.
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release paper?
Yep. It's you two. Are you the— That's right! Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon would—
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too? Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know—
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Meripede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And we should probably go report to him now. Next up— You're going to see Monsieur Nervillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Padahal makan sokoro.
Anjing makan rokok kebetulan kau. Gila. Boleh lah. Oh jadi kayak nggak tulus suka nyemil-nyemilin rokok puting. Hah?
Warung.
Baunya bau kencik. Sumpah bau bener anjing. Bau yang enak busuk. Kalau kamu coba pertalit, kalau kamu tahu dari mana pertalit itu terbuat, kurang lebih begitu baunya ya. Kalau makan sesuatu yang bisa bikin mulutmu jadi segar, sumpah itu bikin parasit loh. Hah? Pokoknya bau mulut kamu gak enak bener. Bikin mulut parasit. Nih coba aku nih. Kalau mau beli rokok juga ya. Ini ngutang kan?
Orang utang dulu.
Kok, jemput karnaval kok. Oh, jemput karnaval kok. Di karnaval kok. Oke Pak, saya lagi bikin ya. Gue pilih yang bikin film. Udah mau ngomong. Ngomong kan kok. Deketin kok, gue teriak kok. Masih di area gudang. 10. Ya kita ngobrol-ngobrol. Pas di gudang kota. Kota. Ceritanya nanti. Udah. Persib. mau dibawa berapa? OTW nih, ini langsung belajar. Oke, gue ya. Oke, gue berbantu lah. Oh, don't buy.
Saya mau masuk ke tempat habis.
Kemarin bimbing gua aja lah.
Mati aja tuh. Oden mau kemana? Jangan. Kok mau tahu?
Apa?
Tahu.
12. Nah.
Nah. Bye. Dia pas aktornya emang gak ada suaranya apa ya? Dikasih kali Mihoyo ya sama NPC. Padahal dia juga NPC. Mihoyo.
Baru gue pakai.
Nembak di
Sip. Sini Mihoyo lumayan bagus, lumayan peduli ya.
soalan bantu dah. Soalan bisa.
Walaupun cuma NPC, tapi cukup peduli Mihoyo ternyata.
Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in! Is this level okay? Can you hear Paimon?
These newcomers are full of enthusiasm.
Oke. Boleh tombol misi. Nah. Kita lanjut. Chapter kelima.
Hidup saya pengen bantu alat, Pak. Jangan direspon.
Beda.
Sampai dia pingsan gue bantu lu kan, lagi jadi jokit.
Kan dulu harga teh pucuk mahal ya. Oh, udah murah harganya.
Getting the Ministry of External Relations was definitely the right decision.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot is...
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordials. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is present.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? Is he okay?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
Ah, right! Paimon felt it too! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was... The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the...
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time, and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a... If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful.
Segera ke sana ya. Cuma di dalam game aja kamu bebas ngapain, tapi cukup capek kalau diurus di dunia nyata loh. Jadi bersyukurlah.
Oh no! What happened here? Navia Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's some...
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry. I'm not young anymore.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg. How could this have happened? It hurts.
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Lagunya tiba-tiba sedih. Yes, kan?
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to...
He's wounded?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right. You'll be in charge. I'm sorry.
The situation...
Right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it would... Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked that no one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents.
How awful. And all of this just came out...
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened...
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't...
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can...
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
Buat gitu. Duduk dia.
Harus lewat mana ya? Jalannya tidak lengkap. Betulnya jujur malas sekali ya.
Steady as stone.
Quiver!
Dodge this! Freeze!
Salah. Itu di bawah ada teleport banyak kok. Benar. Ada permukaan.
What's the hurry? Some trouble! Windblade! Dodge this! Oh, so sorry.
No turning back!
Have a little taste.
Freeze! Wind blade!
Selesai. Apa ini? Ada 2 seli. Mau apa 2 seli ini? Wait a minute. Ups, susah. Susah. Aku lupa kalau bisa manjat. Bisa. Yap. Udah dapat. Langsung manjat ke atas. Lah energi kayak isi penuh. Udah dekat.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no...
Navia? Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver. They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And I've known them for so long. I could at least hold a funeral for my father, and I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just...
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic.
How could Master ever be upset with you, demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly...
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that... I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well...
I'd always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this.
Obana, Khan, Burnett. So, everyone else is safe.
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus, and so the overall outcome indicates that the cost was...
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should... Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
The knave? What are you doing?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. That doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are... Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so my people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh! That somehow makes...
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss...
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say? All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Seperti itulah. Aku selalu berbinar-binar kalau melihat sesuatu yang mengkilau-kilau. Kalau ada yang mengkilap-kilap, berarti ada sesuatu hal yang menarik, ya enggak?
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about?
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Mulai saja. Menarik kan? Agak asing. Buku apa ini? Monster.
Someone needs assistance. I must leave no stone unturned.
Dodge this! Disappear! Wind blade! This moment will be frozen in time.
Steady as stone.
Turun kau sini dan main-mainlah. Bisa membunuh karakterku. Brengsek. Mati.
Leave it up to me.
Wind blade! Cool it! Wind blade! Dodge this! Freeze! With the wind!
The floor here isn't safe.
Informasi yang bagus.
This place has also been contaminated by
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right. You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be I'm wrong. We're not saying you're useless.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you. That complicates things. Maybe...
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful.
Iyalah, yang bayangkan kita, dia enggak, oi.
Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Sip mengerti. Enggak gitu juga kali konsepnya ya. Unik, ini sesuatu emang ya. Wow, betul-betul sesuatu loh. Satu. Iyalah. Ini sesuatu betulan ya.
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge. Run, Paul!
Ya biasa.
Navia!
Betul.
Demoiselle?
Huh?
Aspek masa lalu.
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Oh, was I?
Yes, it would appear so.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested...
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. This is a familiar feeling, yet...
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came...
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them...
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to...
Oh, yes. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at...
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's.
Very well.
Wait. Something... Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken...
That's right.
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed I've heard this name before. And why are there so few people around here? Where did...
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait.
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so...
Oh? All right, then.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
Flashback ke masa lalu. Ingat betul aku ini questnya.
Sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people? And as for the judge... huh?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but...
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the...
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I...
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people. We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so... Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be...
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further...
How wonderful, Miss Knop!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it.
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mistress Ronville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This, even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water, everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. And in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals?
Do you mean to defy our
justice? If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I, and that is how we will enforce justice.
My head.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is... I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
Okay.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? Huh. How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people? Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
Wes, nongol juga akhirnya.
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia.
But...
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus... Silver...
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, Demoiselle.
Farewell.
Astaga. Berat deh.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake? Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were...
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the... You were just about to be dissolved within. I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second. But they gave... Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your conscience...
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your...
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even...
Please come with me.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could...
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like...
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too...
No way! Don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an...
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity. Just...
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately. And I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of
He still doesn't know what to talk about. So, Neverlet,
Yes, of
this isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported... Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to...
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have...
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Freeze! Don't get frostbite. Cool it. Windblade.
Leave it up to me.
Dodge this.
I must leave no stone unturned. Someone needs... As a dutiful maid would.
Freeze. Dodge this. Cool it.
Steady as stone.
Dodge this. Freeze. Windblade.
Dada Kundala.
Oh no, another unstable path. Watch your step.
Semuanya nggak bisa dipanjat. Sialan apa yang terjadi ya? Dua satu langsung.
Nah. Kenapa nih gitu ya?
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here! Leave it all to me.
Kita harus konsumsi makanan dulu ya. Urusan ini tegang banget. Kita nggak pernah bikin makanan loh. Kayak habisin banyak cara ya. Ah, kali ini berat ada ruin guardnya. Kekuatan penuh.
Leave it up to me.
Freeze! Wind blade! Dodge this!
Steady as stone, as a dutiful maid would. Someone needs assistance. I must leave no stone unturned.
Bantul.
Wind blade! Freeze! Oh, so sorry.
Leave it all to me. I am a disgrace to the
Ikaw kung
night.
kailangan defender. Oh, sial.
Disappear! Freeze!
Ah! Brengsek nggak cara ngadepinnya kalau gini. Susah. Defender mati, eternya mau sekarat.
Don't push your luck.
Jalan memang.
Freeze! Dodge this! Don't get frostbite.
Ya, tepoknya sendiri.
Freeze! I'm not done.
Ah!
Dodge this.
Untung masih bisa. Ah! Apa-apaan? Goblok. Dia mapasin sial. Yeah.
Don't push your luck. This doesn't look good.
Area-area pembuatan mangan.
Kayaknya mudah. No.
Dari sini tinggal jauh. Ada aja. Pelit sekali. kita mah. Masakan adeptus. Bukan. Mana harus belinya? Mana Liu ya? Ini dia. Sama udah nggak kesini. Ya bisa buat semua ya kalau begitu. Sip, yang masak. Mana dia? Cuma satu kali aja seriusan? Serius? Dah. Lagi dah kau ini.
Aku ganti gantinya.
Ek. Hai, pusing banyak pilihan. Kita tantang lagi kalau begitu. Apa kok nggak dengar apa-apa? Hah? Sejak kapan aku ganti passwordnya? Gak ada. Dan teks tanya OP. Ayolah, jauh sekali. Area sangat jauh. Ekspektasi realita bang beda ya. Cek, aku lagi fokus asik main dari tadi. Kalau nggak percaya lihat aja di live tuh. Nah, harus sana di YouTube live tuh. Gila, di dalam gunung pantas saja ya. Lanjutkan.
No, wait! Just a second!
Lo. Balik lagi, awal.
You're awake? Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still...
It looks like
Did all this happen?
the ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. You were just I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was were it not for their
Wait, did you say Os?
Perhaps those...
I always...
Please come.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Oh, I am...
Why do you look... Oh, Paimon.
I merely thought...
Huh?
Ah, siege weak?
No way.
I see.
Oh, and...
Thank you.
He still doesn't know what to tap. So,
Yes, in fact, amid my...
Yeah.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Another one joins the party. Let's get going then.
Keluar. Sekarang udah dapat. Hah? Gaming santai. Oh, malas cara sendiri. Cari sendiri. Cari sendiri. Stop, resek. Yang mana yang lebih berguna ya? Sorry. Maju shop. Ribet emang. Duh, pusing-pusingnya. Ampun dah. Betul. Buat apa ini? Ya terserah lah. cukup membantu. Lihat apa yang bisa kita bikin. Pesan dulu, aku pernah punya senjata di akun yang lain. Sumpah pusing banget ya. Lain banget. Sudah mau subuh.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake? Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive.
It looks like you...
Did all this happen?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. You were just about... I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only... Were it not for their intervention...
Wait, did you say Oceanids?
Perhaps those...
I always told...
Please come with...
Neverlet, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite...
Why do you look so... Oh, Paimon!
I merely thought...
Huh?
Ah, Sijui?
No way!
I see.
Oh, and the...
Thank you.
He still does... So, Neverlet...
Yes, in fact. Amid my
Yeah!
What's the...
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Oh, great! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Dodge this!
I must leave no stone unturned.
Freeze!
Selesai.
It seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Yeah. Time to clear.
Storm the front!
Cool it. This one will be frozen.
Leave it all to me.
Disappear! Wind blade! Freeze!
Strike!
I must leave no stone unturned.
Dodge this! Cool it! Wind blade! Freeze!
Quiver!
Don't guess your luck. Oh, so sorry.
Again!
Freeze! Cool it!
Leave it all to me.
Wind blade!
Flash!
Dodge this!
As a dutiful maid will. I can patch myself up.
Freeze!
Quiver!
I willingly I must leave no stone unturned.
Dodge this! This one will be frozen in time. Cool it! Make a win!
Hasil satu tumbang. Hidupkan dulu yang bisa.
Leave it all to me.
Oh, brengsek. Bisa ya tiba-tiba gitu ya.
Freeze!
Steady as stone.
Dodge this.
Wind blade!
Cool it.
I must leave no stone unturned. Someone needs assistance.
Freeze.
Ay. Oh.
What's the cool it? Don't get frostbite. Dodge this.
Leave it all to me.
Yeah. Cool it.
Wind blade!
Dodge this.
With the wind!
Cool it.
I must leave no stone unturned. Time to clean up.
Sekarang giliran gue yang muda-muda. Tiga, cepatlah mati kalian.
Don't push your luck.
Kurang sekali. Brengsek. Mati lu. Puas gue udah. Diam kalau kena bentak. Banyak bicara dulu ya. Kalau lagi kayak gini emosi tinggi.
Steady as stone.
Dodge this.
Wind blade!
Oh, so sorry. Freeze.
Bener dah.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down?
Perhaps we should just leave them be.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of death.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall—
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine—
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed,
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duty.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at it. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy...
I really hope it doesn't...
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at...
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro...
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents...
But who would have created these slates?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Karena begitu saja. Capek sumpah. Macet man kebuang. Udah pagi sekali.
Let's split up
Saja ini
here.
live stream.
I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you...
You still have energy for that, Navia?
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me...
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stones. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will...
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? But...
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the...
All right, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you, as ever. So, all right. I'll be...
Sungkelay.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navi, no. Ooh, desserts! Nice! These are all Paimon! Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Tahu siapa ini.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
It's you two. What are you doing?
Mona?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out first. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like...
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when there was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the...
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally...
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one.
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great scholar of the...
Thrice as great? That's so...
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the...
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not alone. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel, and the invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and...
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a vision. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its content...
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a...
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar. All right, I'll help you. It isn't all...
Thanks, Mona! You're amazing as always!
Oh, well, this is something only I can do.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know the stars the...
Indeed, indeed!
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need...
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks. If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. more like it.
Kaya juga eh. Yun si Paimon daw yang paling cerewet.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette.
Ya, begitulah. Kita teleport. Betul. Apa enggak langsung teleport? Oh, pusing. Kalau dihasilkan ya.
You're here! Finally!
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson.
You mean... they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster. And I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you...
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct. Which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secrets. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your... You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type. Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening.
I assume you've been outside.
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time, still I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep... Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the...
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the...
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent... This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take it. But who will lend us...
Tambah menarik lagi. Ya, aku mau lihat billingku tinggal sisa berapa jam ya? 34 menit.
That's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes...
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely...
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I'd...
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in...
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has... As for what that is, well... let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh? How intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be...
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to...
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Gue nakajongkok. Lagi bisa lagi lebih relax lagi. Bilangku udah mau habis, jadi mau pakai malam gue ya.
In that case,
pagi gue ya.
Do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Hah? Aku malah hit live streaming sini.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette... Oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known, though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by today. Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique method. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the... So, if we were to build a trap together, right now,
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait, and naturally, our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our technique.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker, if I do say.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and...
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the but I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment of. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly...
So, are we going hunting together?
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but...
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god. A being whose seat is in...
Oh, so that's what's going on.
Betul. Lucu untuk itu. Ikuti target. Kita bisa lanjut sampai kapan? Ya dicoba kan. Kita coba.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much. Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't know... Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea.
Who's that voice?
What a strange conclusion. But also such an interesting one. And yet even you feel confused. As such, I couldn't resist but come by for some tea and a chat. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friends to... Precisely. Call me N, a mage who wanders the world. At least, that's how my friends have suggested that I introduce the prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled.
What? Then is there any...
People call such things fate, and it is written in the stars. It cannot so easily be altered.
Okay. Udah mau habis baru ikan bilang. Habisin dah. Ya, habisin. Yaudah.
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive.
Oke, habis. Dan kali aku yang terakhir.
What is she talking about? It all sounds...
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. Oh, this was good tea, by the way.
The voice. Alright. Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter. Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue.
Did she have pink hair by...
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to become...
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something said...
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try... Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag...
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live...
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things. Perhaps it is something that you cannot know. Traveler, Paimon?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now.
I see. I feel that same. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is... Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe... I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to...
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff, it was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling, and I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going... Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots...
Ulang.
are written. Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble my recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once, so while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler, journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet. The traveler, Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead? Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines...
Nice job, Paimon. Keren juga ya.
We're here! Paimon... Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go, Paimon!
1 slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalet would...
Wait, did he really say something like...
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me...
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and...
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but... maybe...
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No. It's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and you can only lift their spirits. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be... It's more delicious than last time! And the flavor gets even... Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food. Oh! We're near the Steambird office! Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Oh, betul-betul. Keren. Oh, mau coba, Pak? Tapi ngomong itu di mana itu? Aku mau tahu itu di mana? Luar negeri atau di sini? Nah, kayak dari bahasanya ya dari luar negeri ya. Oh, kayaknya kayak orang Indonesia. ako dyan. Saan ito? Kita pakai pagi atau enggak ya? What, sir? Lalu bersnya mana?
If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table.
Really?
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be...
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking...
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already... So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an
Huh? So your article...
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and...
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have...
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example,
Huh, that's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And from what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's... Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing... And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as... I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic. But I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that... But anyway, that's my answer. And on that...
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually... Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking... If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed... No, Paimon should ask if you could choose... We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Ada gue.
Still traveling?
Waktu yang tersisa tinggal 10 menit.
Wait. Feels like it'll grow more. But it's still better than the Fortress of Meripede, that's for sure. It's not only...
So the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went... Not at all. I'm
I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass a... Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a
riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally... Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House and loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to...
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been...
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are...
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that the Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things...
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god, after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to good? Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation.
Don't worry. This is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping...
Is that so? Well, all right then.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out, and as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but when Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the pub. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to... Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh? In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come.
Masih ada.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Anjay.
Huh, that's Farina, right over there. She really is here.
Should I just give up? This is all what was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Astaga, amuk juga hati aku ngedenger ya.
Who's that?
Amuknya gila aku
Don't
mendengar.
worry, Farina. It's just us.
Waktu yang tersisa tinggal 5 menit.
Blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you?
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marsh Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Agak.
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line. That's against the rules. I can't let them...
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with her!
Hilang. Ang kota emang goib.
This should be the place, right?
Waktu yang tersisa tinggal 3 menit.
Good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
Ih, 54. Sembilan puluh sial. 6 menit lagi waktunya, cuma tinggal 3 menit. Oke. Bagaimana ini? Yang bisa jelasin?
What is...
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Ali. Hah? 2 menit lagi.
I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson.
It can't be. It's happening.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans.
Yeah. I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Akhirnya sudah dijalankan. Bagaimana lagi?
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for... I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times. Especially fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules, but just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to, as long as the final moment hasn't come. It's still not, don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond this, and if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that...
Keren loh. Ini sih.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of...
Shh! It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not all—
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. I will admit that I've been running away. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine.
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making it.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Wait, also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously.
All right, then. Who will be...
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat. Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smolder. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene. And so, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait.
So, you mean the ones who
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in—
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather—
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Araneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome.
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was—
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervillette and Cloran's part. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediate. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without—
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me and you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Oh?
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to—
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her—
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the— Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened. So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, all right?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness. According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legal. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but...
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true...
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would... See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue can be... First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all...
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neuvillette?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse. Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
That doesn't sound right. You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise...
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost you will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned.
The real Hydro Archon. Well, it is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilt, but the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also...
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even...
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that...
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even...
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And...
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, if you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, that...
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and—
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor...
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, including those of some of my... So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of... If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word.
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought.
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch—
Miss Siegewing? If you're present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewing? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. That should be...
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewing.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed...
Thank you, Miss Siegewing. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved!
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve it. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You... Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful look. Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me! I swear, I really am your Archon!
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone.
The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway her. She's just too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal,
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, to be punished via the death sentence.
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a...
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that...
Yeah! Even Mache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that... But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it.
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigned...
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine...
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. But has the trial already concluded? Then...
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here...
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It...
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's for... so when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other three stone... slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the third slate shows the Hydro Archon seeking into the sea surrounded by many people? Huh. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if. That doesn't sound quite right. That doesn't...
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved, and the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve. Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened. The true sin of the Hydro Archon and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia. It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
That doesn't sound...
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontaine. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very...
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was... Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together...
Itu tuh. Kayaknya enggak.
Huh? to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon. With those, the evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater. And how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a try.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celeste. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was...
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like with... So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should find...
Well...
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard us. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontanian.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. they have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the... The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the Court of Justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to... In truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now...
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will all...
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deduction about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophet... However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small... As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Back lagi.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
That doesn't sound...
It was both dream.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside...
The truth, the original sin, the trial.
Tulang banget. Awan yang kalau dilihat. Cari dia lagi di sana. Balik lagi dia. Gila.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their...
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, from the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find—
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not— We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some—
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in— Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina! No, I still need answers.
Bertarung lagi tapi nggak lihat dulu kayak ini sosoknya.
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing.
You are not Farina. Who?
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a—
Fusalo. Why did you
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. The heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused. She knew full well that the prophecy would sure— And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heaven— So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible— I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing I had to outwit the heavenly principles. allow the prophecy to be fulfilled. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria, although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian... But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I...
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's...
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of... I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly...
Set. Dasar pemeran utama ya. Keren juga ya.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalur. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility. Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Menyenangkan. Kalau boleh pukul, kenapa?
Strike!
If at first you don't succeed.
Freeze!
Semudah itu. Oke. Ini dia.
Windblade!
Cool it! Steady as stone.
Sentak. Boleh juga. Ya pas sampai boneka kayak gini pun bisa tersentak kan. Tidak kena, bodoh.
Windblade! Dodge this!
Ya gitu doang. Nih.
I must leave no stone unturned.
With the wind! Windblade!
As a good knight should. Steady as stone.
Bonekamu. Bagaimana Asda?
Strike! This moment will be frozen in time.
Lihat tuh.
Cool it! Quiver! Freeze! Dodge this! Freeze! Windblade! Cool it! Freeze! Oh, so sorry. Cool it!
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Windblade! Freeze!
Leave it all to me.
Cool it!
No turning back!
as a dutiful maid would. Steady as stone.
Wind blade! Strike! Wind blade! Freeze! Frostbite! Cool it!
Leave it up to...
Freeze! Wind blade! Quiver!
Sick. Banget kesedihannya lagi.
Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad.
Mirror me? What do you wish to say?
The prophecy.
What prophecy? Wait. I know. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain.
Oh.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember.
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontanian just like them.
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to... I will tell you how to save everyone, but...
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. As for the suffering, well, I will admit, but if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scale...
You truly are the perfect... I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its
play as...
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed...
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of being a human yourself. I'm sure you already know, remember. Your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but... So, how long am I going to have to...
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a
trial. Huh. How exciting. The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession. But this, what should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. This should... I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit...
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a...
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? That's right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Verena. Think. What do the people want? How would they... Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That... Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children... Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials along... You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your art. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine! There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Serius, itu yang gua cari. Skin paling rendah. Kagum sekali, gila. Betul luar biasa diplomatnya. Itu dia yang kubutuhkan. Ini berlari loh.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports as well as a summary of the follow-up for you.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House? Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm...
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you...
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to...
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial...
Lagi. Mga sukalalay na lang. Gimana lagi?
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet... Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable... All right. Deoteria, is it?
You remembered me, and he is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me...
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my...
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of...
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, I did already expect this, but all manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter...
Really? Have they found it?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the... The day is finally over. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep... Alright, Farina, don't...
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a...
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already.
Lady Farina, I've waited so...
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment...
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show I just don't know. I feel utterly exhausted.
Lady Farina,
it's like a dream being able to speak with you. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer.
Surely you accept...
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god who's
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries, but there's not even a sliver of hope. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden, although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than...
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the...
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to just share it with me.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat, and if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're... He's right. I could confide in him, but if things don't play out as expected... No, Farina, you shouldn't be selfish. But what if, Farina, you've worked so hard for so... Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations, and if you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once...
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine... It seems that trusting humanity was...
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth. Is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed... I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine.
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes. Alas, your understanding of this device... In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice. Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice... I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina... My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide... The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death.
It was all part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established...
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragon. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign.
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervillet. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
ex nihilite, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What just happened?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge...
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Gnarl. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has...
Barang Rex lapis sekarang ini emang gak ada habisnya sih.
I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the way. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Manifest the authority of the ancient dragons. Witness the might of the primordial sea. Yes. Find the way to attack it from within. You shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together. I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Dodge this!
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Udah gampang juga. Tuh, masuk. Lang ini channel deh. Gila, lagunya berubah jadi beatbox.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Oh, so sorry. You're getting on my nerves.
Jadi kayak gini ya, beatbox musiknya buset. Jadi sedikit aneh.
I must leave no stone unturned.
Kalau begini keadaannya sih mending makan dulu. Ya enggak? Hidupkan dengan saya butuh waktu sejenak. Santangan. Bagaimana?
Freeze! Wind blade! Leave it up to me. Dodge this! This will be frozen in time.
Dan sukses. Time to reload. Tegot. Tahu sekali aku sudah. Dibuang kemana sih Kelly tadi ya?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword.
That power. Who are...
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. It's just that he gave us the impression that she was, less...
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using... So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk?
The point being...
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed... So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master...
Oh, right. So you don't know him. His name is Cerita.
Huh?
I am unfamiliar with...
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous.
The fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary?
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhine part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom!
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my but I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine. They are both pursuing...
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person?
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep sea. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full...
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has...
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Then, will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away?
Nah, dun masuk akal.
Hey! Help! Over here!
Bagus sekali. Udah siap dulu ya.
All hands initiate emergency rescue!
Hurry!
Hey, lend a hand!
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you alright?
Yeah.
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
Ya udah, baik-baik sih, nggak terjadi apapun. Sisa-sisa gitu. Ya detail wise. Jaga.
I'm very sorry, Charlotte, but my sister and I are quite busy today.
Oh, please, Linny, I'll only take a moment of your time. If you... Huh? What's happening here? I spent all night writing my piece about the Phantom Weasel, and I was going to go to print this, but just as dawn broke, I suddenly received news that Caesar's fiancée, Gemma, had contacted the guards. That was quick.
Too late, bro.
That was quick, you say? It sounds like I've got some... Aha! My instincts did not lead me astray. You do have something to hide. Gemma turning herself in must have something to do with Linny's performance last night.
Maybe watching my high-altitude escape trick reminded her of a better time with Caesar, and she could no longer ignore the voice of her conscience.
Huh. Okay, then. Wait, no, there must be more to it. If that's all it took for her to have... Oh, I remember now.
You and Gemma were nowhere to be found after the show. What happened? Quickfire question. Where did you all go after the show?
Oh, we went to the cemetery and Linny did a private magic trick just for us. Actually, glad you mentioned it, because that reminds Paimon. Guess what? Linny started using rainbow roses in his trick.
What? I don't recall ever having received a rainbow rose from you myself. Is this supposed to mean that they're more important to you than your own sister?
No, I just,
What now? Oh, this is getting pretty awkward.
Seems like this interview wasn't meant to be. Well, now forgive my persistence, but when there's explosive news waiting to be found, I can't turn away. The news about Gemma has... Apparently, one of the things she said to the guards was that her final wish is to see Lorenzo one last time. There's... All right, I guess I'll leave you to continue the rest of your conversation in peace.
Lynette?
Don't worry, I wasn't angry. I was just trying to distract her.
Oh, really? Oh, thank goodness.
Phew. You and me both, Paimon. You and me both. At least it did the job.
Please, take good care of that rainbow rose. I'd be really upset if you lost it.
Attacks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spirit. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margin. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we...
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he...
Oh, this time will be different. Come on! Let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress.
Gila lama banget. Coba. Kita pakai seru di mana ya? Harus na ya. Oh,
it's you. What?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh,
let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supply. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as...
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers...
Huh? You're here?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor for Navia's...
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand, at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Chlorand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillet, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Nervillet asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards them? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridsley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Oh, boing.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgia.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entry?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already, Miss Charlotte,
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier.
Sir, please don't say things like
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an Still, if I might ask, where's that
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to...
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this guy. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try the...
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head... Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lorvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey, everyone! The photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next...
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then... All right, last stop, the docks.
Oh, you know, I'd love to see you in one of Charlotte's photo shoots one.
Is that really necessary? Our line of work doesn't really require much photograph.
It's precisely because we don't need the picture that they'll have value as keepsakes. You don't really look all that opposed to the idea, you know.
Maybe I'm just happy that I managed to once again avoid the spotlight. I think this interview went well either way.
Yes, you successfully kept prying eyes away by using Mr. Jurier and Miss Lorvine as shields. Very good.
You should be happy for them. They have a bright future ahead of them.
Oh, you know...
Is that really necessary?
It's precisely...
Maybe I'm just happy that I managed to once again avoid the spotlight. I think that...
Yes, you successfully kept prying eyes away by using...
You should be happy for them. They have a bright future ahead of them.
Ngobrol-ngobrol gak jelasnya udah dulu. Kita fokus ke benteng pasir. Apa yang sedang terjadi saat ini? Palestina dan Israel, iya. Mainan emang. Sesuatu. Ay, ay.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange
Traveler, Paimon. And Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them.
Trick a friend. I wonder...
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact?
Sure.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler? Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help. So, what's...
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Well, that's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about.
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur...
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knew.
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Yes, speaking of which...
Isn't he real busy and stuff. But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right? What?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Bisa
Father.
aja.
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the web...
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met, too. And what do you know? I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your... All right, then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see what Neverlette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Hydro Archon.
Hey. Ya. Betul-betul ketat ya. Halo. Emang kayak gini kurang lebih orang zaman sekarang ya. Banget bikin ribut. Buat emang.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there!
Kalau aku jadi kepikiran udah mau bikin bendungan ya kayak gini. Santai emang ada kesempatan.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you. All right, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved?
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the... But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off.
Guess Focalor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had...
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, it seems like...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the Knave as a diplomatic gift to...
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and as such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the Knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself. Unlike ancient dragons, such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe maybe the Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina...
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the opera house. Not unlike how an ordinary
but she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burden.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the unit.
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, as such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of... Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon was... Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. Paimon still got it. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards... We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were...
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you. In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nerv?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here. I can finally catch the scent of your power. What it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person.
Remains? I've never...
According to your parlance, I believe it may...
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information it is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense. But regardless, You should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from to live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies...
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts.
This third descender you refer to, who are they?
Master never mentioned them to me. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass.
Next time, you believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait, I have a disciple of my own.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted...
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk. I guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar...
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision! No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
All right. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were...
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a...
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the... Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall...
I'm out. Gila. Mag-jump full of. Wah, ya, kalau begitu. Astaga, ito juga. Oke, itu live stream 7 jam ini. May ada yang menonton. Apa peduli? Ya, buatku di masa depan.